Hello? It is time for something. So, I kind of have a just a little issue right now. Something is happening when I load the project for the first time. And it looks like it's probably my own bad code that's doing this. Particularly it happens when I have the 3D view actually open. I'm trying to just get the log to print out again so I can see what line it was happening on. Okay, well, okay. I know where it was. It was on one of these CSG curves, I think. I have a signal that I'm connecting to, or that I'm disconnecting from. But I'm disconnecting before I've ever connected in the first place. So that's like an error to do that. It's an add-ons. Disconnect. So there's a disconnect, and it did say it was modified. Okay, right. So, if points modified, disconnected, update points, disconnected. I really wish like there was some like try disconnect method. That'd be nice. Because if I happen to know that it's never an error to disconnect when we're not connected, then I just want to write disconnect. I don't want to do this. This is dumb extra stuff. Okay, but I think that's probably what the log was printing. So definitely some kind of race condition too, because you just saw that I tried reloading the world and it didn't work, and I reloaded the project and it didn't work. And I quit the project list and I opened the project again and it still didn't work. Of course. Let me check if there's any other disconnects that I do. Particularly here. That checks if we're connected. That does not check that we're connected, but I guess the assumption is that this should be connected. And I remember it specifically saying it was modified and update points, so yeah, it was just that line. Yeah, every now and then it seems to load and hit that like 50 times, and then like every single CHG curve in the world hits that error. And then it just spams the console. Hey Yulia, glad you're streaming today. Welcome. Every day. I only don't stream if I say I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, and then I may not. Fix signal disconnect in CSG curve. Slept well? Nope. I was about to go to bed at like 9:30. I like got ready for it, and then I played games and watched Raiden play Battlefield till like 1 a.m. So I should probably plan to end early today. I don't think it's a good thing that I sit here until I'm actually falling asleep before I stop. Okay. Alright, that was just something I saw just now, and it was bothering me that it was happening, so I had to fix it. Whoops, just close. A new thumbnail. Dude, I mean, he just has the best thumbnails. He just does. They're just the best. Alright. Overwatch drone programming AI thing. I thought about playing that, but I was like, no, I should probably only play that on stream. I'm trying to get an achievement for BeamNG Drive, which is to drive 1,000 kilometers, which is a lot because it's real time. If I was driving at 100 or 80, that would take me hours, like just literally days driving for hours. I found a funny thing I can do though. I can add I can use force push which essentially just accelerates you like 50 kilometers an hour instantly. So I go into like the grid world and just accelerate myself to like 600 kilometers per hour. So I would only have to do that for 10 hours. Or actually no, I would only have to do that for like an hour and a half. Not 10 hours. I was having a lot of fun though. I was just smashing cars. Okay. Debug stuff. So 1,000 consecutive. Just total, like across all playtime. I don't want them spawning. If I were to do it legitimately, a very long time. Drive 1,000 kilometers. As long as it would take to do such a thing in the real world. So my idea was to have some. Okay, let me just get actions printing above their head, because that's the one thing that I'm really in need of right now, is seeing that. I should really just make this a folder. What's the word for like just a display? I don't know. Just display? So you get a debug, baby debug scene, debug root, debug display. I kind of don't already like this because I'm gonna have to. I don't know. Kind of what I need to do is I need to have I need to fix my posture here. That's what I need to do. And my camera also probably needs to be set. I don't know why I don't do this stuff before I start. Don't know. Okay. So I'm gonna have the, I guess I can call this main. Action log, I need that as a name. So my thoughts here is, whoops. Okay. Don't know what I did. Alright. Unique name. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to have like I think I just want like a label. That's all I really need. I need the color rect and then I need the label. And I can just add these to the list. How do I know when... the total height of this is too much. Let me add a few more lines to this. Just a few more. And I'm going to duplicate this a bunch. Okay, so when it goes over, this happens. It just like centers at that point and stacks up. Maybe I turn on clip contents. Nope. That does literally nothing. Maybe do shrink and clip. Okay. Yeah, how do I know it's much? I guess I know it's too much if I can probably like read or query the height of this box and check if its height is greater than maybe the height of this box or the height of the height of this minus the height of this box, and if this one's greater, then I need to delete like the oldest one, right? That's probably it. Okay. I don't know if I need a unique node there yet. Okay. Alright, but what I do know is I don't know. I actually don't know. Is it just a label? It's probably just text, right? What happens if I just have a bunch of run-on stuff? I don't have all of that. How does this work? No way. Okay, so leaving this word smart word. Okay. Alright, so I just needed that, I guess? This doesn't do anything because it's not fixed size. Okay. So I can just throw a bunch of text in there. That's fine. Label has a warning on it. Labels with auto wrapping enabled must have a custom minimum size to work correctly inside a container. No. No. It's literally working correctly. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So what do I do here? I guess I can call this like action base. I access this as a unique name. my thought is basically I load up, I take a copy of this node, and then I delete this node, and every time I make an action, I copy my copy, and I just modify the label inside. Right? Right. Then I can just throw in text here. Okay. Yeah, sure. Preview debug display. When we're ready, I need to grab some of this stuff. I can get the action log as a VBox container. When I'm ready here though, I want to grab this action base. Which is a margin container. How do I make a copy of this thing? Duplicate. So I'm not making this up. I really didn't realize. Yes, I don't know why. Or I don't know what I typed, but you said you're not reading that. Yeah, it sounds like something I would say. Flags int 15, very helpful, thanks. Duplicate using instantiation. That is what I would like. It seems like the default is to do everything. So, yeah, 15. Yeah. I will duplicate it. I guess I can just shorthand that to that. And then I'm going to say I guess I can write action base queue free to remove it right away because I don't want it there. I've got the copy. That's all I need. And yeah, from there I will just have a function that's like add action. It's just a message. Recently my dreams were just the thing I did the other day, but exaggerated with anxiety. Seems like some pretty normal dreams to me. I had a dream recently about playing a game of Overwatch, and the other two tanks. This is like just straight up just a copy of like this game that I played 2 days ago. The other two tanks were just totally trolling, but we ended up losing because I sometimes would just lock in for like 2 minutes and like clutch the round. And I remember saying, you know, minus the trolling, those guys were actually really good. And the other tank I was playing with just starts like crashing out on me about it. I like whatever they're saying was incomprehensible, but they were like super pissed. And I thought it was really funny. Okay. New action. Will be action base. Duplicate. Copies on copies. And then I need to grab, I guess I can pass a string and a color. So let's say how did I miss that? It was a dream, but it was based on an actual game that I had played, where I thought the two tanks were kind of throwing and then they locked in at the end. Shouldn't keep cutting. Maybe it's me. Yeah, I'm good. Apparently I've missed a second, but that's like a second out of the last 28 minutes, so. Color... What is color 8? Okay. Yeah, just black. I guess it's actually good. Duplicate. I need to get this, which is a color rect. New action. Get node. Color BG. Yes, me, I don't know what Google CLI is downloading. What? Is there an immediate mode plugin like I'm GUI for Godot? I doubt it. I could make it, but that's not. I can't do that. Okay, so I've got the color, I've got the node, label. Now I just set the stuff. then I would do action log, add child, new action. And I think this should trigger a redraw. Can I just make it draw now? Yeah. I can't force it to draw right away. Oh well. I could probably... I think the containers actually have... Dang. No way to do it right away. Alright, let me do this. I'm pretty sure it should all be ready in the draw. So I'll just queue redraw after doing that. And do a... I don't know. I mean... what order does this stuff happen in? I should be getting called last, right? So my draw is being called after the children's draw is being called. I guess I could... what could I do? What could I do? Because I want to do it in between the calculation for how large the containers have to be and before they're drawn. I can't know it yet because it's not calculated yet. At least I don't think it is. It could be. It could possibly be. This is going to be in here, isn't it? Yeah. What is it, like box container? Sort children, resort. Wait, does this happen after I add? This might actually happen after I add. I think we're good, actually. Notification sort children. Let me find out where that happens. Because it probably happens after you call add child. And they just hide it. Because it's not the same kind of same thing. What do you think? Yeah. Notification sort children. Will I be able to find... Oh, it's a custom thing in container. And it's called here. Okay. Underscore sort underscore children. What? Where is this called? Who calls underscore sort children? All right. Gotta find it myself, I guess. Q sort underscore sort children all deferred. There we go. Apparently I missed that. Hey, Danon. Apparently I actually just missed that. Q sort. Who calls Q sort? Add child notify. Add child notify. I've been forbidden from working on anything today by my darling pie. Alright. Are you working too much? Add child note. Okay, so other stuff is getting this add child notify. What is this? Virtual. Again, these just happen to be defined. It's a virtual on node itself. Okay. So these ones are just writing override? Cool. They are. So add child notify, I hope happens in the add child. Add child no check. Awesome. I get stressed yesterday, so she said today I must rest. Does she know about? Oh my, dude. Ugh. He's going slowly insane. Yeah, okay, so add child does it. So I know for a fact that after add child happens, when this returns, we are already sorted. So actually no, it calls a queue sort. Can I tap into this? Ooh, pre-sort children. Okay, so I can. All right. So what I want to do, I think, is probably just up here. Have like a post sort check. So when sort children is called, does that call before or after me? I guess what I can do, okay, this is probably a little crazy. It's really crazy, but I think it's the only way I can really do this. Unless I have something I can do here. Let me look. So it's a signal. I want to look at what a signal is. Okay, I guess I got to type signal. What is a signal? Connect flags. Deferred. Deferred connections trigger their callables on idle time. Append a source object. Okay. So I want to do connect deferred then. So action log, sort children, connect. And then connect deferred. So after we sort, then I want to check some things. I want to check if my height, what do I get? Okay, what is this? Size. Okay. So here's my. So here's the thing. I have our max height. It's actually going to be a float. Size X or size Y. So just to verify, if I add a bunch of these, take that off. Make a bunch of these. Okay, we've definitely gone over now. So my thinking is I can grab the size of this one, 2032, and the size of this is still fixed. Nice. Size of that. Okay. You figured out how to make it work? Make what work? I don't even know anymore. I'm pretty all over the place right now. I mean, I'm working on it. I know I have the idea of how I'm gonna do it, but I'm just working on it. So then I have if this height minus, no, this height, wait, if this height plus, no, yes, if this height add this height is greater than this height, while that's true, I would delete something from the top. That's my idea. And I guess I do want this as a, whoops, what did I guess I do want that. Okay. So do while this is actually just gonna be crazy. If the action log size y plus state height is greater than max height, I will remove child number 0. What do I do? Do I like do get child? Yeah. Remove the first child, and then I will do I do action log queue sort. Yeah. So this will like keep looping itself, right? So I queue up another sort, it will sort it at the end of the frame, it will call this again, then it comes here and it checks and it may remove. So this allows me to add like 2 or 3 actions at once to delete several actions at a time, and hopefully not result in some kind of crazy endless loop. So, and it's called after it, so it's already been updated its size. And I believe when I do a queue sort, this should probably also queue a redraw. Sort children. Do I need to redraw again? It's called at the end of the frame, which means... Yeah. When I do connect deferred, it doesn't mean... Yeah. Tough. I still believing in aliens. I think what people think are aliens are actually demons. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is actually gonna... It probably will, like, flash for a frame. But... it's fine. Can I make it so that when this expands, we grow not this way? Maybe I do... How do I do this? I would like it to... Is it the anchor? Row direction. Horizontal. Wait, what was that? In layout, row direction. Anchor presets. Nice, okay, cool. Yeah. That's what I want to see. Actually, wait a second. No, yeah, it'll just delete them. Because those will go off and then they will clip up there. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to see. One sec. I think I can take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Most alien contact reports are either promising knowledge or them being very invasive. Not only that, many people said they got contacted by aliens. The aliens go away the moment the person calls for God. That's really odd. Okay. I haven't heard that before. Alright, cool. The grow direction is correct. That's what I want. Also, I guess when I do this, I probably want to... I actually want to do this. It's probably a bit better. Just remove everything in case I've piled up a bunch of crap. So we're gonna have like a bunch of test stuff in there to demonstrate like maybe what I want it to look like. Okay. Why is character base open? I don't know. So in mind, I have this debug scene. And I have debug display. So I guess I'm kind of just adding this on top. Maybe just make it like that. And then I need to access this. Unique name. There we go. Oh, and then make color always transparent. If color alpha is greater than half, I think, then make it half. There's a guy who wrote a book on that. He traveled the world interviewing people who said they had contact with the aliens, and one of the most constant things is that they disappear when people call for God. I was there when someone posted a picture of an alien on 4chan and the site went down. I think the world is very interesting, but it's not fantastical. It's more interesting than you think, and yet more boring than you think. Or more plain. Okay. Got all the debug stuff, so through mind during update. Senses I don't care about. Goals I actually also don't care about is an act. So let me do... Yeah. Let me do... I was thinking about some like layout thing, but it's already good. In act, debug enabled. Debug show actions. Show a log of actions taken by goals. Is there rich text? There is a rich text node. What does it look like? Because I may actually just go ahead and make that. Let me delete all of those. Let me change this to a rich text. So it's instantly has no size. Not the tag stack. So why is it suddenly different? Fit content. What is happening? What is... Why is it like this? What? Okay. I guess I need to go look at the documentation for this because I have no idea why it's like that right now. Do I really have to just check fit content? Is that real? It's B and I. Okay. Can't even tell. What? I literally can't even tell. Wait, what's happening? What? How do I change color or something? Because I was hoping to do this so I could change the color. Color equals green. Okay. Hi, dog. Hi. Just smacked his head on my desk. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. I just wanted to do that. Alright, so we got text like that. So when I get an action, mind, action not called, is there a return? There's no return here. I get current goal and current priority. I can use priority as a color, or I could just print the number. It's probably smarter. I'll just do like a debug action. And then I can just write it all out here. If not debug, can't do a thing. Otherwise, I can do debug add action. So maybe let's start with let's do some code or some color. Let's say I'm super dark now. What just happened? Why am I so dark? I was really bright earlier, now I'm really dark. Okay, I can probably just go aperture. Nope. Color. I don't know. What colors do I have? I'm assuming I just have any color, and there's some fixed names that work. But what if I do push color? Can you make a Python script to extract models using RenderDoc? What now? I'm no ChatGPT. It couldn't do it either. What? Extract models using RenderDoc. Color. Color. Okay, so you have named colors and then you can use hexadecimal. What are the named colors? That's a lot of named colors. I don't know. Why is brown just red? Saddle brown is actually brown. Brown up here is just red. That's just red. Program that debugs 3D programs so it can also extract models and textures, but it's all messed up because of course the GPU doesn't read everything at once, but in pieces. I mean, I feel like RenderDoc should do that already. Let's go for a very, very light blue. Like Alice blue. Or light cyan. Let's do light cyan. This will be the action name, action debug, name, debug, code name. Okay. Actions don't have code names? I guess just name. is fine. Let me actually do... Hang on, let me instead do... Or no, light cyan. Let me do the current goal code name. That. And for the action color. So the goal is light. Action color, I want a little bit darker. But also light. Let's do wheat. It's probably not going to look so good, but... And actually, let me do the game time as well. What is it? 0.4F. Yes, so F. So is it dot? So like dot. Yeah, let me do dot 4. Yeah, dot 4F. That's what I want. Okay. I already got it written that way. This does not have to be an array. Want a new color for this. This'll. Cool. Codename for the goal. The action. Loser forgot a function or whatever. What? I'm assuming it's like I've heard of something else that's like that. I don't think it's RenderDoc. But basically it like hooks into whatever game you're playing and it just like watches every single GPU call that happens and puts it up so you can like look at an individual frame and see what's all happening. It's probably like it's like the exact same type of software that Thread Interactive uses when they do their analysis, their frame analysis. That's how they get like the timings and the number of calls and what textures are there without having to look at the code. They can just see what happens. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this, and this should probably already work, right? Although I have to turn it on. So zombies gotta... I need to activate that. Render dock is so hot, it gets me bricked up. Alright. And mistake. Of course, it's a rich text label. Investigate turn. Oh, awesome. Okay, so he tried to attack me. Investigate turn, speed navigate turn. I mean, this is super hard to see. I guess I should go and crank up the font size. Theme override. Oh yeah, let's do wait. Wait. System font? Monospace. There we go. And then font. Which one's font size? Why does it say Noto Sans Japanese? Wait, what? Interesting. What's font size? Oh. I thought about it since yesterday when you tried making it 100% transparent. Get the Minecraft font? Why would I do that? 25 is a really strange number. Why 25? $32. Essentially, the first line is going to be like whatever action that they were doing, and then... Okay, he just totally didn't see me. Alright, cool, that's pretty readable. Can't see it in the sky so well. So I guess that means the background color needs to be a little bit less transparent than 50. But, yeah, less, what? More opaque than 50. That's how you should say that. You can add outline? Oh, wow. This guy might be a genius. Where do I do that? Font outline color. I would want the shadow and an outline. Okay, but where's the outline? There we go. Make it shaderless. What do you mean shaderless? Well, shadow color is fully transparent. Let me... Doesn't get affected by shading. It should be, so it's not like the light is always the same, but like I do want it transparent so you can see through it. Okay, so the outline's a little too thick. So smart, bro. Yeah. Does the outline need to be thicker than that? I don't know. Why does it... It's got really bad aliasing. Is that something I set... How would I fix that? How would I fix the aliasing? I guess probably here. Maybe that's all I gotta turn on. I could just modify it with the game running as well. Okay, so it looks pretty bad right now. I don't think that's anything to do with... Yeah, I don't think it's actually anything to do with 2D. Texture filter. Scaling? Oh, oversampling is helping a little bit. It's probably not what I'm trying to do, though. Okay, let me go here, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, how do I make this? Would it be just on the text itself I need to have aliasing? Does that help? Multi-channel sign distance field? I mean, it does something different for sure. It makes it larger. What does this do? Subpixel positioning? Oh, wait. I guess just leave it on auto. I don't know. Is something changing? Nothing's changing. I guess this is what I want, isn't it? I mean, it looks like it just makes it larger. It doesn't actually do anything different, does it? Oversampling. Weird. Not sure what to do about that. Because I just don't like that I have to get right next to them like this to see it. I do want to be able to see it from a distance. I could make it so that this box scales with distance. Or I could just make it larger. I could also just make it larger. Just go full screen. I can make the font. I mean, I could do a bunch of things. Let me go ahead and make this. I actually don't even know. I could just turn that off and that makes it really easy to see. Got an idea. This doesn't do anything. I mean, it seemed like this one kind of worked when I turned this one on. But I think that's just modifying the font size. That's all that's doing. Alright, let me just make the display slightly larger, I guess. And Godot's crashing. That was too much for it. It couldn't handle that. It crashes at the weirdest things. It really does. I mean, that's a crash. I'm just stopping it. I'm not gonna wait. It crashes at the weirdest things. You know how there's extra cheats for CSGO that detect players behind walls? they have text. Make something render when the enemy is on screen. There's a node for that. Instead of an object running on top of the object, it renders on the camera in a regular scale. I mean, I think what you're saying is just close to what I already have. It's just that the mesh is also scaling with distance. It's not. Material, there it is. There is a way to make it grow. What does that mean? I mean, yeah, I guess I have that, right? Like I can do fixed size. It's a little buggy though. What is this? There's stuff I can do. So it's from 1 to 1.4. That's just multiply of 1.4. 4.2. Glad that's a nice number. All right, that's already pretty nice. I can read it easily from a distance. It is right on the border of like how large it can be though. Let me do 3 decimals. I don't need 4. I don't need that much accuracy. 3 should be enough. Does it update like that? Crazy, it did update like that. Yeah, it's gonna be tweaking, right? Tweaking stuff. I've made that larger so I can actually drop the font size. At least a little bit. And it still be larger text on my screen. Okay, still pretty good. We get some room there. Okay, so he tried to attack. This is a bit interesting. He's doing attack, but he's not chasing. Chase doesn't happen. So is chase broken right now? He called attack again. Actually, this is weird. Something weird is happening. He called attack navigate, but he didn't do attack speed. Attack should be... Yeah, that's all a little weird. Let me go ahead and make it so that... Let me do another toggle for debug. So I also print to console at the same time, just so I can be sure. Just so I can be sure whatever I'm getting above his head is the same thing that's actually being ran. Size and transparency dynamic depending on how far you are. That is an option. I don't know if I like it though. I don't know, maybe I can turn it on and just adjust it. See, transform fixed size, but it goes off the screen because now I have it too large. So I guess I could just bring it down. So now it is fixed size. Let's go a meter and... Okay, that's too small. Now I've apparently forgotten what my scaling is. So it's 1 to 3. So if I do a third here, I get 1 here. Too small. If I do half here, I get 1.5 here. Then I could just make this a regular billboard. I mean, sure, you know, maybe this is fine. It's a little goofy, for sure. What is height? I mean, I don't... I don't know. That'd take just too much messing around with, I think, to figure that out. And now I gotta scale it back up. Two. What? It's 4.2. But I am getting to the point where I probably want some way to like hide myself, or maybe just turn off all mind processing, like with a keybind. So I could do something like that, like press some key and like zombies turn off, or their mind stops. Minds stop running. Minds stop running. Let me do that. Let me add like a debug action that when it calls, it'll just run through every single zombie and turn them off. Or not even turn them off, but just set some like global value that every zombie is checking. Because I would like to be able to just stand in front of them and then activate it, disable it, and then see what they do. Rather than me trying to like walk around them and try to lose them or something, and so then I can like actually read their actions. Because otherwise they'll just keep seeing me and keep being like, oh, do attack, do this. So. Yeah, let me get this figured out. So I have global, I have pause. I'm not even sure what to call this. So I'll just call it Stop Zombie Brain. Why not? Name. I guess it would actually be called Toggle Zombie Brain. Okay. Input, I get a bunch of buttons I could put it on. Let me do like numpad 0. Insert. I gotta turn on numlock. Go again. Really? Key. Keypad 0. There we go. Oh, it just says insert. Okay. Well, alright then. You know what, let's make me hold shift too. Shift insert. Shift keypad 0. That doesn't do anything already, does it? Yeah, okay. Rest. I think I probably want to use this one. I think this is a custom one that I have. It has no name though. Trigger that activates when the input is pushed down will only emit a trigger event once. Holding the input will not trigger further events. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. You know what I could have? Maybe I should go and do this, like a log in game, a debug log in game that can show when I do something like this. So it'll just print out like toggle zombie brains off, toggle zombie brains on. That's a great idea, actually. Let me do that. Canvas layer, pause, game over. Where are these saved? Where are these saved? UI pause. Okay. Debug day, I guess. UI. Yeah, I need debug. This is like horribly unsorted, by the way. This is pretty bad. I'm putting debug stuff for behavior, a scene, and a script. Like, I don't know. Okay, so behavior honestly is going to become an add-on. At some point, this is going to be an add-on. Let me even make literally just a text file here that's called to do, like make this an add-on or whatever. Sure. So just for the future, I'm going to do that. Debug here. I definitely want, like, it's just a UI thing that is just a log and I can print stuff to it. So in the game, I can see logs. I'll hook it into global world. So whenever I do global world.print, it'll print it here too. In fact, that's exactly how I'm going to use it. I'm just going to print global world. A scene, user interface. Log. And full rect. Add a node. I'm going to do a margin container. I'm going to do, what am I going to do? What am I actually going to do? How do I want this? I want it to look really similar to how Minecraft does. Their text is just like a line of text that appears and then will fade out. And you could press a button to open it up so you can see everything and scroll it. Like literally any text chat ever made, actually. I don't know why I use Minecraft as the example. I guess I should just anchor it so that it sits at the bottom left and then use offsets to push it up. Because what I really want is like a little box like center left is what I actually want. So let me try to get this anchor set up to do that. Why don't you finish Mario 64 without pressing the A button? Is that the jump button? I've never even, like, finished that game. I think I got it once because when I was young and I was, like, figuring out how to get computer games, that's the one that I try to put on my computer. So I want this to be... So if I have 1080 or 1920, and I got 3 decimals, I mean, like, what's like... I mean, I guess let me put it close to where I want it. About 0.3. Very close to 0.3. 576. Mario 64 in the computer, yeah. This was long ago. Before there was probably just literally a version you can go on like Steam or something and get. People really put their life savings on CS knives. Yeah. I guess 576 is good. What's like 0.29? 556? What's 570? 2. That's just a crazy number. Let me just see what, like, the next value up. It probably is 576, isn't it? There's probably nothing before that. Yeah. I think I just want it one bit smaller than that, though. Don't have enough decimals for that. Steam Mario. Yeah, it was like you had to go to like just some website, you had to download like an emulator, then you had to download some version of the program. You had to like put all the files in the right place. Okay, fine, you win. Just 0.3. Now the left. I wish I could type in pixel values. I really don't like that I can't. I mean, I guess I can kind of do anchor offsets, but that's not the same thing. Actually, maybe that is what I should do. Yeah, am I crazy? I'm actually crazy. Anchor offsets, left. Let's go 8 pixels off. For the right, I want to do 570 pixels. So -8, or sorry, just minus, wait, what? Yeah, minus 570. So I would do negative that, but I want to add 8. So 1358. Right? And then I wanted to sit, like kind of centered. How tall should this be? It's 500 wide. Honestly, I don't even want it to be 500 wide, I think that's still too wide. 570. Let's make it 500. $14.28. Okay, 500 wide. Let's make it at least 600 tall. So 240 on the top and bottom. Or this would just be 240, I think, yeah. Cool. And then grow direction. Can I turn that off? countersign based children should be clipped to this controls rectangle. Parts of the child which would be visibly outside this controls rectangle will not be rendered and won't receive input. I would like that to be true. So I'm gonna need. So I kind of need two versions of this. I need one that's gonna be the full box that displays when I'm like tabbed into it or whatever. And then I need one that is just showing the individual logs and like fading them out. Like Minecraft style, where they have their own background and all that. And they just fade away. So I guess probably what I want is just a base color rectangle. It's going to fill the whole thing. So probably just be like 96. 72. Okay. So I'll mark, give this a unique name. This will just be the full BG, full background. And then I will have a margin container sitting inside. Full thing. We'll give it 7 around everywhere. And then I would like, is there a scrolling node? There should be, right? Like a scroll. It's probably container. Provide a child with scroll bars when needed. Scroll bars will be automatically drawn at the right. I think I want to do this the other way around, actually. So I probably need this to be full. There we go. Horizontal scroll mode. Just off. What the hell is this? She was a kitchen girl, then I asked her to clean up that coffee thing. She refused. Okay. Reserve combines auto and always. Scrollbar is only visible if necessary, but the content size is adjusted as if it was always visible. Yes. Reserve. Dead zone. Don't need that. The current horizontal scroll value. Don't need any of that. Okay. Cool. All right. And then I would have a bunch of individual. Okay, not yet. Then I have the vertical box container, which has everything inside of it. Fill its container. And then start at the bottom. And then here I would have, I don't think a margin container, probably just a plain container. Okay, don't do that. I think the trick is just use a margin container again, right? But just be empty. So this will be a log entry. I'll do the same style where I lay this out how I want it to look, and then I make a copy of it and then delete it when I create, and I'll use rich text labels. Yeah, true, the window scrolls down to display new content automatically. Scroll active. Just don't need that. And then definitely want okay. What does monospace pick that? That's really weird. What is free mono? I don't know. I want that one. I did it wrong. Reset. This one. Okay. Font size. I'll do 18. And I do want outline. Make it 1. And then a shadow. Here we go. Cool. So I wanted to see that. I'm going to do an override, I think, for this line separation. Bring it down a little bit. Okay. All right. I've got a box. I've got text. Now, how will I make it so that these... Okay, first of all, let me just see what happens when I duplicate this a bunch. All right, cool. So scroll container, I actually want this to... Can this be like -1? How can I make it so it snaps to the bottom? Maybe this can change? No. I could... I was gonna say I could probably anchor this so that it grows up. That must be a thing I can set, right? That's gotta be... Follow focus. Hmm. Would I do that? And then I... No. Hmm. Alright, let me look it up then. It might be here. It's like, hey, if you wanted to automatically scroll down, then do this. Can I just like... I don't know, it says focus children. Maybe somehow I can say like, hey, take focus. Could I don't know, I'm guessing there's probably just a function on it, right? Can I just say including indirect children? Including indirect children. So control probably has like a focus thing. Grab focus. What's focus mode? I guess I'll just call grab focus. Nah, I think I'd rather just have it automatically scroll down. I don't want it to use focus or anything like that. That could mess with like it could just mess with something. If I try that. So I was thinking as I could reuse this. This is like the basic thing. Could I could set these to 0 and that like full screens it, right? Full screens it. I could just set top to be 0. That's probably better. Because then it doesn't mess with scrolling or anything like that. So I could just set top to 0 when I like press whatever button I'm going to have to focus this. And then I would show the full background and show everything inside. Duplicate this, bring this in there, delete that. Call this text margin. Oh wait, it's already like margined out actually. Never mind. I was just doing that to have something. Then I would have this, be the same color as that. 128 or something. 72. So when they pop up, that's where they are. Oh, maybe not. I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. What do you mean you didn't want to know? I can't say why I'm leaving. So I could turn off this margin, I guess, when I'm not full. Then what happens if I do make a bunch? Okay, now we're right. That's an issue. Okay. Right, when we add it, the scroll bar appears. Okay. And gonna be honest, I do kind of have an issue with the scroll bar here. How do I modify that? You can leave, but don't say where. No, I think I'll say if I feel like saying. How do I do this? Like this? Like what? Okay, just reset. Just reset that. Just I don't know what it says. How do I modify that? I want scroll container. Okay. Scroll bar. Is it the grabber? That's the grabber? Okay. That actually is what I would want. All right. Theme. Add. Scroll bar. Whoa. Okay. Let's do very white. Okay, maybe not that white. A little less than super white. Corner detail. vertices for each corner? How about just one? Okay. I need the highlights. This can be not totally white, but pretty close. Okay. Same thing, just leave it like that. And actually, maybe I want this less. Maybe I actually want it slightly transparent. Let's do 180. Still not fully filled in. $216 to yeah, let's do 230. Okay. Then of course when I click it, let's go full white. No corner. And then scroll and scroll focused. Is this just... Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Ah, okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Let's do 10. Let's make it... Yeah, 128. Does this do anything? Yes, I don't want that. What does right do? Nothing, actually. Okay. There's a way to go to interactive mode, right? Will you port your game to the Genesis? Man. Why you like this? Alright, cool. It's got its own theme or something. Let me go ahead and save it as something. I'll just do this like log theme, I don't know. I guess I could make Is rich text label a child of label? No. So what is label under? It's just directly under control. Okay. Whatever, I'll just leave it. It's fine. Alright, so my plan here is to make it so that I would just add logs and I would hide or show this background. Let's call this solo BG. 72. Guess I should also make this the same. It's as they say, if you see a bear and you don't know if it's sleeping or dead, poke it with a stick to make sure. Yeah, definitely. So is that all I'm looking for? And then I could just set a modulation. Or is it visibility modulates? Just like that. Cool. Okay. And then I guess I just keep track of like, maybe like the last 500 or something. Okay, let's make a script. May as well get my class name. Debug log. Full background. Log container. That's all I should need. And I do actually want the scroll container. Let me just call this logs. So the idea is I'd have some button that I can press to focus on this. It'd be like pause mode. I guess I would just make it like the tilde key. It's pretty common one for it. I could also make it just enter. Or numpad enter, perhaps. Either one of those two. Probably just be both. Actually, why not? So yeah, let me go make an action for this. Debug. Focus log. Keypad. Enter. It should be keypad enter, right? There it is, keypad enter. And I can add actually maybe I just leave it on like toggle or focus. Let me change this to just toggle. Nah, I'll leave it on focus and I'll make a new one because I'm already kind of expecting in the future I may want to be able to type into this to make something happen. Sorry, toggle. So I might like this to... Or no, yeah, it is focus debug log. Jeez. Quote left? Is that really the key? I guess so. Quote left. Same thing, just pressed. Okay. And maybe I'll make this one a shift. Shift quote. Let me just see if this even works. Yeah, okay. It read it correctly. Okay. This should probably be its own scene, right? No, not really. Yes, let me instantiate log. Why did that file open back up? Ah. Log, unique name. They should actually probably change to be like debug instead of, or UI instead of writing it like that. Yeah, these should be UI pause. Let me get that. Okay. Where's handle game over called? On player death, handle game over. Right. Yeah, let me not call this log. Or debug log. I should call it text log. Definitely better name. And less just saying, oh yeah, this is definitely the debug log. Just text log. So if get tree paused, then I think I want to ignore this. Well, maybe not actually. Maybe not actually. Actually, yeah, if we're paused, we don't do anything. I guess first of all, if we are paused, maybe I do a check. Maybe I tell the log like, all right, I need the methods here. I need the methods here. Add log. And I'll give it an individual color. Actually, how can I make it so that this background can be shown, but it doesn't stack like that? I guess I could say that what could I say? Clip only. Clip and draw. I must be able to do it so that this color background overrides the bottom. It overrides the color underneath it. So when I open the log, if these messages are here and they have their background color applies. But if there's no message, like there's just blank space up here, then we use this background. That's what I want. Maybe something here, blend mode. Maybe it is on this one. Add. Okay, so it just vanishes when I do add. Multiply. Or let me try this. Shader. Canvas item shaders. Blend disabled. Disable blending. Why is that option not available? Like, I think that's all I have to write. Okay, well. Weird. Weird. How do I do this? Gotta be a way to do this. Maybe there's just not. Maybe there's just not a way to do this at all. I can do this. Hmm. How can I put a background here that just colors the whole thing? Okay, what I really want is I want like a full rectangle. Also, I think this margin container probably shouldn't be there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, just get rid of that. I guess I could make this... I think I got it, actually. I can have... Let me try this. A grow background that goes inside of here. Actually goes first. And is that it? I just make that expand. So as I... Let me just make this red. So as I add more, this goes away. Yeah, it's gone. It's not there anymore. Awesome. Okay. Figured it out. Figured it out. So these messages can have their own color, and there's just like a standard background that sits there. This, I guess, would be hidden until we focus it, and then we show it, so it fills the page. And this just sits there. Though I would like there to still be this, I would like it to still like, I want the scroll bar to kind of like take up fake space or something. And I could just use margins on the containers. Can I make these? Could I do like always? No, no. I reserve. Yeah, I do reserve. And I have to get like... Is it this panel thing? What? Okay. Well, I could probably do this. No. That doesn't work. Definitely some way to do this. Definitely some way to do this. Oh, could I have... Bring it back to the margin container. Put this in there. Layouts. Everything. And then I would have literally negative margins on the right. I think it's actually supposed to be 10. Cool. So I do reserve, and I just start throwing a bunch of these in, and then log entry text margin I need to have on the right should be 14 pixels. So we keep it correct. Yeah, there we go. So an extra I would do a new line, so this is as close as I can get. I'll just keep doing that. Scroll bar shows up, and cool. They go underneath this. Awesome. Why is this still being focused every time I click on this? This is really annoying. It's actually really annoying. Whatever. That's good. Okay. These are arrays of controls. Create a new one of these. Grab this log entry. That's not what I wanted. Copy it. Then I can do okay. So I have solo background. Or I guess I can just probably call this BG. Margin and text. Right. So text will be message. And then I need to minimum transparency for, or I guess I say fixed. Is what's the current value? 72. So it'd be 72 over 255, I think. 0.2823. Actually, I could write A8. Yeah. Cool. Cool. And then I need my logs. What is it? Add spacer. Add spacer. That's a control node to the box as a spacer. Ah. Interesting. Add child. Log entry. Logs will add. Let's keep it ordered on the front. So insert push front. Okay. And then I will do a check here if logs. Actually, how should I do this? Now let me adding it to the end. Yeah. Let me add it to the end. When I'm ready, text log. I guess I could do an export value. I don't know. I'll keep 500. There's also technically a way to, if I want to do it really smart, I would have I would use like, what is it called? A carriage, I guess. Where instead of keeping like 500 nodes in the list, I would keep maybe 20 and I'll just keep cycling through them. But then the scroll bar, then I have to do the scroll bar manually. So I'm just going to be lazy and just keep all the logs individually. Maybe I should bring it down. Maybe 200 is fine. So when I'm ready, logs is that. We'll resize it to max logs to reserve all the space. And then I guess I could actually just keep like a running, because these are already going to be ordered from this add child thing. Is there replace child? This replaced by. Oh, I'll figure that one out next. For the logs, I know for a fact that I want to. Actually, yeah, I just want to keep a running index. Back early dinner, what did I miss? Still on the debugging UI? Yeah. For now, I'm also making it so that I can have like an in-game logging, so I'm not looking at the console. Yeah. Just so that I can have I can be certain that whenever I add something to the list on there, I also print it to the output log. And then I can be sure that I'm not missing something or anything's coming out of order or anything like that. Just in case something weird happens. Forget the aliasing thing? No. It might not be fixable. I mean, it definitely is. It definitely is. I just don't know how to fix it. It might be like a full project thing. Because if I were to have like a computer monitor, it would be like really badly pixelated from a distance too. It could just be billboarding doing that. I'm not sure. They said it could also just be a project setting that I gotta set. I guess I could check real quick just in case. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't know. And also just realize I need to make sure this is ordered. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter when I add it. I can add it whatever I want. So never mind. I was gonna be like, oh, I want to make sure they always add in the physics tick, but that's not necessary. I can just add it right away. All the time. Yeah. I'll let ordering be figured out by other people. I don't want to call the method, I add it right away. So the order is in order of who called the method first. I will, however, do some little protection at the front, though, on the process side. So I'm going to count how many times I'm adding a log and reset the count every time I run process. And basically just do a check. If I add... Actually, let me do like logs added timer. So it's greater than or equal to 1. I think I want to do like a warning print. And yeah, I think I just want to do a warning print when this happens. Breakpoint. Wait, is this real? Hang on. Hang on a second. Is this real? Wait, that's very nice if true. Okay, but I want to know. I want to actually know breakpoint. Editor helper for debug or breakpoints. Unlike breakpoints created by clicking in the gutter, breakpoint is stored in the script itself. This makes it persistent. Oh my god. I'm going to add that to a bunch of places. This needs to be added to some other places. Certain warnings need to be fixed like right away. and I don't want to break on them when they happen. So I need to remember that and start using that more. That's really important to have. That's really nice to have. So if logs added last second, let's say if I do more than 100 in a second, then I have an issue. I don't know what to do if this does happen. For now, I'm just going to operate on the assumption that if I end up doing this, then I need to use less logs. Or I need to have breakpoints earlier or somewhere else, or something needs to happen somewhere. I am way too bright. $200, 150. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'm just sure that doing this will lag the game pretty badly. So passing 100 is... I could even say like max logs. If we pass max logs in a second, then that's a problem, right? Maybe that's a better one. And maybe I'll keep like... do this. If you're fine with this, just hit continue the debugger, and this warning will be ignored from now on. We'll just skip that. Actually, maybe not skip it there. do this. Yeah. So we get the breakpoint the first time, and then if that happens, I'm like, I'm fine with that, and just click continue, and it will keep printing. I'll keep getting this error like every second, but at least I'll be able to ignore that if I want. Okay. Get child count is greater than max logs. I need to remove the first child. Actually, I'm going to be removing the second child. Or get. Can I, wait, can I mark this one as like internal? Logs BG. How can I do that? Is it like if I add a child, I have to say that it's internal? Let me do this. Just remove 0. And when I'm ready, I'm going to change the to an internal child. Okay, first let me just say and then put back GrowGB node as an internal child. Internal mode front. So it's the first element. Okay. I'll make this a while as well. And then in process, I would like it if each log entry could have a timer attached to it. Can I just add like any arbitrary data to something to a node? That'd be interesting if I could. Something like meta. Set and meta. The metadata value can be any variant. Metadata's name must be a valid identifier. Use. Okay. Valid ASCII identifier may contain only letters, digits, and underscores. First character may not be a digit. Okay. So I guess I can just throw whatever in there that I want. So I need a delay. Let's say messages. I guess this would actually be export. Default. Let's say when I add one, they show up for 10 seconds. And then I'll show should I be able to override this? No, I should not. So I'll just call this instead of default, or yeah, just not, it's not gonna call default. Message showtime. Okay. Child, do that. And then this oldest index. Would be logs. Oldest index is equal to log entry. If I'm deleting nodes here, I guess they kind of stay in memory, but I can find them. So yeah, let me do that. Remove child entry. I can do logs. Find entry. I guess probably from our oldest index. No, because that won't cycle. Just find it. And then it's possible it could be overwritten. I don't know. So if we have an index is not -1, then clear that, and we'll do entry. I may not even do remove child. Actually, I have to because I'm checking the child count. So remove the child, null it there, and then I can queue free it. So pause mod is just a modulo of it. Yep. Okay. So we keep a fixed size list and we just keep moving the index along so we can track it. Cool. Okay, this seems good. Okay, process, do all that, and then for entry in logs, if not entry, continue, and then if not is instance valid. Actually, I guess I could probably just write this, right? Because if it's null, I'm sure if it's null, that's fine. So I can just run that. It's not valid, skip it. If we have meta or log fade delay. If we don't have it, actually no, if we do have it, I want to get it. Let me make this a constant string name at the top. Okay. What is this? And then if the delay is less than 0, then I will remove it. And set a new meta. To, I guess, 1 second plus the delay. So if the delay is negative, then we're going to start earlier into the fade. Or a little bit earlier into the fade. Less than or equal to 0. we can just continue right away. We have a fade time. I want to interpolate between... let me make this also an export. You know what, let me make it a little bit shorter in a second. Yeah. And I need a boolean now to track when I'm expanded. If we have a fade time, I want to pretty much do all this. Install more RAM on your GPU. I've got... What? Wait, I was going to say, I've got enough. Install it on the GPU. I don't think you can do that. Remove the fade time. Do nothing. Otherwise, we set the fade time to fade. If we are not expanded, then that means we're collapsed. So I can actually apply the fade timer here. And treat modulate alpha is going to be equal to fade as a value that goes down with time, so fade over message fade time, very simply. It's possible. Is it really? So if we're not expanded, I want to fade it out. And maybe I do a check in here to see if I have anything shown. And if there's nothing on the list, then I can hide the scroll, right? We're not expanded and no shown messages. Just gonna do scroll. Hide it. If you're not expanded and scroll is not visible, show it when we add message. And I'll put this at the bottom actually. Right. And then I guess I would have do like an is expanded thing. If we are expanded, I guess first I can actually do the check right at the top here. If we're expanded and the modulator is not 1, set it to 1. I'll say if we are expanded. And then if there's something here that I want to set, I think it's the scroll. Or no, it's the whole log. Offset top 0. I guess I should say offset top is 8. Otherwise it's 240. Yeah. These are integers. Floats. The reason I'm doing all these ifs is just because I'm sure that it's not guaranteed that these sets are actually checking if the values change, and they could be calling other stuff when I change them. So I'll make sure I'm only changing them when I really need to change them. That's why I'm doing all these ifs around it, instead of just setting it manually. I guess I could actually just call this only one time then, instead of doing it in process. Yeah, you know what, let me just do that. And let me bring that back, because I actually want this back. Do a check here. If actually, I'll leave it so I can call it multiple times, even without changing it. And then I just do run this all here. If it is visible, make it not visible. And then for entry and logs, just doing all that. If entry modulate A is not equal to 1, set it to 1. Actually, I guess I do... Yeah, let me just throw this up here. This is just a speed thing, so I'm only checking the Boolean value one time, and I'm just running a fixed loop. If we set it to expanded, then I want to show everything. If I set it to not expanded, I want to check, pretty much check this. Actually, I guess I would just set it to 0. Yeah. If we're not 0, set it to 0. Because then on the next process, we run through here and we would apply any fade time. You know, let me check it anyway. Still making sure I'm not changing it unless I know I want to change it. Okay. If we have it, we'll apply it. If we don't have it, we definitely want to just hide it. Well, actually, kind of do this wrong. If we have this, a fade delay, then we know it's going to be 1. I'm going to leave a note at the top here. Note. Some of these can trigger processing when changed, even if set to the same value, even if set to the same exact value. To avoid this, every change checks first if the value is already correct. That's why it looks a bit excessive. Okay. Whoops, sorry, Dylan. That's where you can find RAM mods for 2040, but not the 1080. I guess they just didn't think anyone would want to do that. Alright, that's just silly. Very bright. 80? The sun's just like casting on me right now, actually, so I just need to like put it on that and close one window. All right. How is it so dark? Okay. Should I release my game after GTA 6? Or I should release my game after GTA 6. GTA is going to make sure that everything happens before it releases, so. You actually need to release before GTA. GTA is going to be the last thing that ever happens, so we got to make sure everything happens before that. Alright, this is just a bunch of code that I've written without ever running any of it, so see how it goes. I'm going to have global world try to find this, or the world script needs to grab this and set it on the global world. That's what needs to happen. Okay. Jesus will arrive and be like, "Ayo, is it out yet?" Yeah. Handle text log. Oh yeah, wait. No, yeah. When this is ready, I need to set global world. Set up the log. What are you complaining about? Variable log has the same name as a built-in function. Of course it does. That would be confusing, wouldn't it? Okay, so when we load the world, we set the log. And oh yeah, full BG needs to show. Oh wait. This isn't a thing anymore, right? Yeah, it's not even a thing anymore. Or it is a thing, I just changed it and it's called grow instead. Oh, and then when I add something, I'm guessing I'll do something like scroll. I don't know. How do I use this? I just want to scroll to the bottom. Setting it early needs to be deferred. If you're setting this value in node ready, it needs to be wrapped and set deferred since max value is not initialized yet. What? What now? Okay, well, I'm just gonna go look at the code myself. So when I set vertical scroll, v scroll set value. Cool. What is v scroll? It's my favorite thing. Oh, what's this parameter? V scroll is a v scroll bar. Okay. So what does it mean when I do that? Inherit scroll bar. Range. I guess I set it to its max value. Is that how this works? I'm assuming V's, it's not defined here. Never mind. Scroll bar H. It implements range. So I guess I just set it to its max value then. That's what I do. Okay. Wait, ratio. The value map between 0 and 1. So if I set... Oh. So if I were to call set ratio on range... times value. Get max minus get min times get... Yeah, okay. So I just set the ratio to 1. That's probably what I should do. Keep it scroll to the bottom. If we are not expanded. if not expanded. Do that. Let me do that. If v scroll is not equal to 1, set it to 1. Cool. And then I kind of want to do this up here, that as well. If we expand, I would like to, I guess I actually always scroll to the bottom, right? Am I always scrolling to the bottom? Let me not change it when I expand, but when I collapse, then I will scroll to the bottom, if it's not already at the bottom. What if... Oh, cool. That's exactly what I wanted to see. If there is no range, return 1. Perfect. So if there's nothing in the list, or we don't have anything to scroll, so basically the minimax is 0 or whatever it is, it'll return 1. Great. All right. And then we just hide it whenever we are not expanded. We don't have a message. And scroll visible. Probably put this first. If we're not expanded, and let me do that instead of not. Actually, I do like the word, but this kind of confuses me. So I'm going to wrap those. If we're not expanded, and we're showing the scroll bar, and we did not show any messages, hide the scroll bar. When we add a message, we just preemptively show it. All right, is this enough? I'm sure something's gonna go wrong. All right. So now what I have to do is in world, I handle text log. If we are paused, let me do this. Can I set... I can't disable it being triggered. It's going to be hidden. So if we're paused, don't do anything. We prefer pausing and that over anything else. If Um, okay, let me do a check here. What should I do? Should I close the window if I hit like escape? So currently I have escape showing the pause menu. All right, I'm gonna leave these separate. You can't press escape to close it. You have to, maybe if you have it focused. How can I know? I guess I could know if text log is focused, right? Maybe we could check that. Yeah, I specifically want pressing escape while you have it focused. If we're in pause, we'll negate the pause and just close the window. Or back out of it, whatever it is. If this is the current focused control. Alright, I need to check because this probably changes depending on its... Determines which controls can be focused. Only one control can be focused at a time, and the focus control will receive keyboard. Focus behavior recursive. Which controls can be focused with focus mode? Since the default is inherited, this can be used to prevent all children nodes from getting focused. Oh, what? I'm just gonna say has focus. Like, it's gotta be wrong, right? Inherits the recursive from the parent. Prevents the control from getting focused. Okay, let me just type focus again. First time I played PUBG, I got 3rd place, dealing 0 damage. Awesome. What if I call release focus? Does it say anything about this? Okay, how does... I'm getting blinded. How does focus work? Is it like this node has... this control has focus if like something underneath it has focus, or what? You know what, for now, I think it's probably just fine. If text log has focus, then... and... Can I check like what key is pressed? What is this called? Input mapping. What? Okay. I want to see like what is actually being pressed right now. All right, let me just say if text log has input focus, close it instead. Let me do text log. Let me do that. Set input active false. So yeah, I will render this on top of any other screens, and if we have focus, we prioritize operating on that one instead. So if I'm paused and I open it and I like start typing something and I hit escape, it's gonna close it. If I'm not paused, exact same result. So we just kind of ignore it as being paused. We just treat pauses. I don't know. I kind of wish I could check the key though. I don't know. Is there anything I can do with like guide? Oh man. I guess I can check here. He is a key index. He's currently pressed. I want to know if this was triggered by this key press. That's what I really want to know. Oh man. presence of a key in the dictionary indicates that the key is currently pressed. Is there a method that's like, is key pressed? I just want to know. Is key pressed? Okay. So... although I don't want to do that. What is a guide set? Cool. Okay, so I guess I kind of have to like go at it from the or the wrong way. The escape text, if the text log has input focused and escape is pressed, close it instead. Whoa. Very specifically only key space. What? Escape. How did that happen? Very specifically only the escape key. Because maybe someone rebinds the pause key to be, I don't know, the letter P or something on the keyboard. I don't want, you know, typing P to do this. I mean, that'd be a really dumb thing to do, honestly, because then you can't type P into the text log. Maybe I handle that. If input is active, yeah, let's do this. If input is active, if we press escape, if the text log has input focus, ignore pause inputs. If specifically... Actually, maybe that's what I would do. I would just ignore it, because then maybe pause is bound to some other key on the keyboard that maybe you want to type. Yeah. I'm doing that. And for now, this is just going to be false all the time. I don't have any typing in it yet. Hey, R1. Yeah, because if someone is crazy and they want, like, pause on the space bar or something, they would never be able to type a space. If text log has input focus, right? If we are in the text log, this will take priority over the pause menu. So if you're doing anything with a text log, pause menu takes over. Or no, it doesn't take over. So I just removed that. Oh man. Okay. Now I need all these. I have... I feel like I need some kind of way to say like input. Yeah, let me do this. I'm changing the name of it. Because I feel like some of these might have their own methods that just share the name. Food was not good today. I overcooked it. Whose sanity? Danilin? Probably. Act. Why am I writing like that? That's not how it should be written. Okay. If I do toggle log, I put a pause option on the spacebar. I mean, I want it to be remappable, so they'd be crazy if they do that, but I will support it. I will allow them to do that. We'll try to pause the project to invent the new anti-aliasing system. No, that didn't happen. I did not almost do that. No, Yili, I was talking about when you press the pause input, if you have the text window open, we're going to ignore the pause inputs. In the event that you bind pause input to some typable key that you may actually want to be typing into text. I have played games that don't support things like that. If you set certain bindings that might conflict in certain contexts, they don't check what you're doing. They just call all the actions or whatever it is. Typically, most often happens when you're typing in a window. If you press some other keybind or some button that's bound to something else that maybe by default isn't bound to a typable key, it activates that. Like, for example, say that the inventory or something is bound to the tab key and there's a typable text box somewhere. If you rebind that to like I, which is kind of a common rebind from tab to I, if you're typing in the box and you type I, suddenly your inventory pops up. So, yeah. Some games don't properly check stuff like that. So toggle the log. Should I also ignore it here? I probably should, right? You have to like manually click your mouse off to press this, or you'd press the... Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'll do it like this. So You could use the escape key, I guess, as a toggle log, or actually, I don't even know. Oh, okay, so I currently have toggle log bound to like shift left quote or tilde or whatever it is. Backtick. So you can't physically type that if the input was focused. You would just disable it. So I'll do that. This is where I can check if the escape key is pressed. I think the check would be if not text log is input active. So this would be true, that would become false. So if that's false, this would be true, and we wouldn't check this. But if that's true, and it's false, then I have to check this other key. So, or guide input state is key pressed. Escape. Right. Then I don't even know what to do. I guess I would just have a set, maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, I would do set expanded false. That's right. That's all I would do. And that can take away input mode. But also if we activate it, if not, text log is expanded. True. Otherwise, ignore during input unless escape is pressed. So I still allow escape to be a valid binding, which will still run it. Any other key though, I will ignore it, because I'm assuming it's typable. Actually, maybe that's what I can check. I can check if it's a typable key. But then I need to know what key is bound to the action, which I can't get. Never mind. Maybe we'll put a to-do there. See if there is a way to get the exact key input that triggered the action. Then check if it is a typable key, and if not, then accept it. Okay, toggle log is triggered, and I'm just going to turn right away right there. So I'm not like pressing two buttons at the same time and opening and closing it simultaneously. Something like that. And if act focus log, and this is just this check. And then I would also do what to do. Focus on a text log. and only on the first open. Don't refocus. Okay. And then I guess I can just do simple stuff here if act local zombie brain. Global world can probably have something here that the zombies can check. How would I do this? I could do it two ways. I can go through every zombie and set some value on it that disables the mind. Or even like, because the mind is on the character base, I could access the mind directly and disable it or something. Or I can just set some value that zombies can check, and then they can skip mind processing. Or I guess they would just skip all processing. No, they would skip mind processing. Yeah, they would just skip calling updates to the mind. Actually, I think we would just probably disable their senses, right? What do I really want it to do? For the moment, I just want them to like completely stop calling updates on the mind. I think. Is that safe to do? Yeah, I don't have anything that this I kind of still want to be calling though. I think I still want, yeah, I still want to decay memories. Okay. Maybe I make this more like a debug where they ignore the player very specifically. They ignore the player. So how can I do that? Yeah, I mean that's really what I want to do. I want to press a button and they are no longer aware of me. That's what I really want to do. So it could be on senses, target groups. Yeah, I would just remove zombie target from vision. That can stay there. Yeah, let me say that. Let me say that all I do is I go into their mind and I remove zombie target from their vision, and then I add it back. So everything else still keeps happening. I'll do that. Actually, I guess I could just say like turn off targeting, because that's been broken this whole time. I'll do that. Toggle, instead of toggle zombie brain, it'll be toggle zombie targeting. It's supposed to be 1 or 2 T's. I know it depends on like location. You know what? I got a feeling it's gonna be like, oh, you mean target? Here's directions to target. Okay, it's 1 T for my kind of English. All right. So I will do enable targeting. May as well fix this one too. That just toggles it. And I'll make, this is not a tool, good. I'll make a set for this. And then gosh, can I spell correctly? Zombie target from all known zombie senses. And let me go and look at zombie, because I know that they track something. Maybe. They shouldn't anymore. It's just on their senses now. Yep. Looks like I removed it. Cool. Yep. I do something where update zombie counts. Zombies assign zombie. Cool. So zombies is should be good. This should be in the process, right? Physics process. Okay, apparently not. This should probably be periodically updating. So let me do that. Let's say every 5 seconds. Yeah, let's say every 5 seconds we'll keep an update of it. Zombies. Rate at which to update active zombie list. And I'll make it a range that equals. I won't go any more than a second. Greater, why not? Update zombie counts, I won't do that. Oh wow, this is run like literally every tick already. Damn. I wonder if that impacts the performance of the game. Maybe. Probably. Definitely. I'm going to put my window a little bit. Okay. Super dark. Oh wow, blown right past lunch. I did wake up late, so I'm good. It'll be more like lunch, dinner together. Yeah, let's not do that. Let me do this. Update. I will update zombie counts. That's actually fine to do there. Let me go ahead and just change it back so we're not doing anything. Yeah. I'll keep track of a value. Maybe I'll actually lock this into the, yeah, I'm going to lock this into the physics stick. I'm going to lock this into the physics stick. If enable spawning, do that, and then zombies update timer will take up. Actually, I guess this one could be... No, I'll leave this on the physics stick. Still operating on the assumption that everything that I can throw on the physics stick is going to make it easier for multiplayer. Because server should always handle, like, you know, have the final say in physics processing. There can be some local stuff, you know, for interpolation if we're dropping packets or whatever. But the more I can keep here, easier it should be to make multiplayer work. If I ever get that far. The delta timer. If the update timer is greater than the update rate, then I'll just do update zombie counts. And I'll have I'll have this manage a lot of stuff. So if spawn ever calls it, we reset this value. If this ever takes, if we're not spawning or this just keeps failing for whatever reason, then yeah, this will eventually happen. Well, I mean, I guess it's the same way. This more, I don't know. This is a bit weird. I guess if I turn off spawning, then I'm still checking, which is good, because sometimes I may want to know this, even when I'm not spawning here. I don't know, maybe this shouldn't be here. Maybe this shouldn't go here. You know what? I'll say this doesn't go here. Yeah, I'll pull that out. It shouldn't be responsible for that. So update zombie count. I will do if Zombies updated this tick. Don't do anything. Otherwise I will do... Yeah, now I can do... Reset the update timer to 0. And do that, and then... Set this to true. I'll do all that first. Then I go through each one of these. Update the live count. Set that. And then when I actually spawn one, it looks like I've just kind of taken it out completely. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, it looks like I've just taken this out completely. There used to be something here where I would add zombie target to the target groups. But now, if... Yeah, let me go ahead and make this, like, properly functional now. If enable targeting, I will get the mind. If zombie is zombie. Okay. I guess I should do this. Cool. I got the mind. For sense and mind. Senses. Senses is an array. Vision. Target groups. Append. When I do instantiate, it's like a full... Should be a full duplication. Actually, yeah, when I call instantiate, add child will call ready. Which will fully copy the mind on ready, which ready will happen after add child returns. So we are readied. Then I can add the target group. And for now, I'm just going to hard code it. Is there a way to add something if it doesn't exist? Nope. Yeah, let me do the check then. This just looks so awful. If we do have it, then I want to erase. Yeah. Okay. And then I'll just do this here. Whenever we toggle it, do that. Yeah, okay. So go through all of them and add it. Otherwise, I'll go through all of them and remove it. This looks pretty awful, gotta be honest. I don't know a better way to do that, though. I just want to pull this check out of the for loop, which is why I'm duplicating it. Otherwise, the check would be like in here, and then it's like it still would be this deeply nested. I guess it would, yeah. It would still be this deeply nested. Still look awful. Anyway, that will remove all of their, that pulls off their main senses that I have right now. I'll leave the do's here. Okay. What's the issue here? Value doesn't have a set type. Yes, it does. It does. Okay. Interesting. Delta is not used here. I guess so. Okay, so now targeting should be respected again. And I guess now it's managed there. Yeah, for senses that makes sense. I'll leave that. Okay, so I'm still not done actually, I think. I would set it to be expanded. That does everything. Yeah. I would have to go here. Add the actions. The actions have changed. Right. Then back. Hello. Pause. Focus log. Toggle log. And this should be renamed to toggle zombie targeting. Okay. I'm just gonna hit run and see what doesn't work. At this point, I'm kind of lost. Okay. Immediately something wrong. Child in logs. Right. Alright, we're still breaking on a null value. Am I crazy? Yes. Okay, I can't look around anymore. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know why I can't look around, but I can't. It's like totally busted. I can't do any input. That would be because log covers the whole dang screen. And it takes input. Focus. Something around here needs to be... Oh, I need to click log. There we go. I need to make it so this can't take focus. I'm not... What? Let me check what pause looks like. Nothing there is changed. Just container and transform. Okay. This should be shown, but it should be taking input. Is it this? Is this what I have to change? It does appear to cover the whole screen, which is incorrect. I'm not sure why it does that. It's actually really strange. Why does it cover the whole screen? What? Okay, delete. Instantiate log. There we go. Okay, now it's not... I mean, I still have to take off focus, so I can't grab it. Yeah, so it's still busted. Okay, right, I guess because the control takes over this whole section. Oh, pass. That's what I was looking for. But reset that. Don't do that here. Do that here. Mouse. Pass. There we go. You know, sometimes you want someone to chat you, so you randomly DM multiple people, then you're busy. Can't say I do that too often. So escape. Okay, I still can't click that. So that sucks. Do I get to do that for everything? Fast propagate up. No, why is it still stealing it? Is it here? That's right. Oh, but now it's the full screen again. What is happening? Is it always going to be full screened like this? Why? Okay. Still being broken and buggy. Why? Inherit. Always. 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 Yeah, I don't understand what's happening here. I'm really quite confused. Because this keeps going full screen. Yeah, I just did it again. Why is it doing that? That's not what it said to do here. That's not what I set it to do here. It's set to custom. So I'm assuming when I launch, it keeps going full screen like this. Which is dumb. It shouldn't be doing that. Literally, why? What's wrong with this? Why is it doing this? Okay. This is dumb. Let me just make another nested control underneath this one so that it can be full. However it wants to be. So I'll just try to copy this. Or not try, I will directly copy it. Eight 240. Negative 1428. Why is it doing this? explode. Literally. What? Literally what? What is that? What is happening? Okay. Full rect. Custom. Left. 8. Top. 240. This. 1428. I don't know what I did differently, but apparently I was doing something wrong. So. Okay. So now this can be a full rectangle like it really, really badly wants to. Because it's just desperate to do it. Honestly, that just straight up feels like a bug. Feels like a total mistake. Now I gotta go to all of this. If okay, cool. Now, can we be serious? Can we just be serious? Yeah, I honestly don't know why it totally insists on just overriding the layout that I have set for it and just goes full screen. I don't know why it does that. And then I can't click here anymore. What is happening? You're supposed to be passing mouse. I'm not supposed to be doing this. Tooltip appears when the user's cursor stays idle over this control for a few moments. Gah. 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 Dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, no. I expected that one to cover the whole screen. But why is it stealing... Why? Why? Yeah, these all stop when they're shown, as they should. But this one doesn't... Is pass? Ignore. ignore? Oh my gosh, I can click the button again. Okay. Now, what I want to do, back to code, and then it just opens a bunch of crap again. Thanks. Very fun for that. It was very cool for doing that. Hey, you know that folder you had to open like literally a month ago? Yeah, I just thought you wanted to look at it again. Just in case. Global printer. When I call print, I want to do that. And I also want to add it to the logs. Actually, no, printer will just do that. This one will add it to the logs when I call print. Format the message like this. And if log okay. Now, I don't know what I have printing right now. I don't think I have anything printing, but maybe something does print, I don't know. Okay. So he's done that. I think I had here, I added a print actions. Print actions taken. To the console. And then if I have print enabled in debug actions, debug add action. If debug print actions do that. And then that should also be turned on here. Print actions. Did everything right? You watched K-pop Demon Hunters? No. I'm gonna pass. Oh, there it is. But that shouldn't have been shown. Will it fade out? 10 seconds. It fades out and it's gone. Nice. So, little bug. That grow thing is not supposed to show unless we are expanded. And apparently it's just going to be visible anyway, I guess. Just go ahead and hide it. or set it to whatever it should be. Nice. Now the button should be this, and it's focused, and it will show, and it won't fade away. Why is there 2 times? I don't know. And then if I do this, it should hide right away, I think. Okay, apparently he didn't see me. Oh. Oh. Come on. Oh. There we go. Well, now I've got a bunch here. I'll see if they all fade away nicely. Epic. And then if I... Button no longer works. Okay. Enter should also show it. Okay, it's not showing it. Alright, well... It's a little bug. I do like... remove that code stuff. I don't know. I need to figure this out. I guess I can say like true by default. So now all the existing calls don't change, but then this new call, I can change it. So I say, I would like to not do this because I've already done it. Weird. The input just doesn't work at all, it seems. Oh, no, it is enabled. It is. So why does it... Why does the toggle not work? It's set. If toggle log is triggered... Yeah, I don't understand why this wouldn't work. Okay, well, stop there instead. Don't stop there. Okay, it's activated. If we are not expanded, expand. Set expanded. Oh, this doesn't do scroll visible, does it? That's why. It doesn't do scroll visible. Let me go and do this. Stupid. Force UI. Is expanded equals is expanded. I guess I could do set expanded with is expanded. Maybe that's better. Oh, wait, actually this kind of has a problem when I do that. Because it will call it twice. Yeah, this is why GD kind of sucks sometimes. So... What? Yeah, just don't do that. Just don't do that. Yeah, I can't use that. Because they do their own checks for like recursion, or they don't check for recursion. So if I set the value in here, it's just gonna go stupid and do dumb stuff. Maybe I just call it update expanded. I don't know. Update expanded. Then I don't do a set there. And instead here I use, I will keep a function. So whenever I set it, it's an implicit call to update. Force initial update. And I don't set this anywhere in here. That's the only place I should be setting it. Good. And this does update here. If you're not expanded. Actually, let me do this. If you're not expanded, I'm able to do some checks. If scroll visible and that. Otherwise, if scroll is not visible and we have shown messages, then show it. So then I don't actually have to worry about that here anymore. I can just modify stuff that I know should change between expansions. Okay. It doesn't show anything, which is a little weird. And now I can't hide it. Game is like totally bugged out and crashed or something. Oh, no, I had a breakpoint. I'm stupid. I was like, what is going on? Do I still have a... Oh. Well, why didn't you just tell me? And now it also just doesn't work again. Okay. So, if we are not expanded, we set it to true. We go here. Is expanded. Update expanded. If we are expanded, set that. Set that to be true. Go through each one of these, and if they're not A, alpha is 1, set it to 1, and that's it. So I'm assuming in update, somehow we end up calling update, and if we are not expanded, then I want to do some of this. Actually, I guess this should be an else. Elif not scroll visible. Actually, okay, it should be down here. It should be down here. Then I want to go back to the not. Because now it's really clear. Not going to accidentally miss a not symbol if it's a whole word that highlights. Visib. Why do you even let me write code like that? Just don't let me write code like that. Okay, it hit it, which is wrong. It should be showing it. I'm assuming it's going to start randomly fading out. There it goes. Okay. So when I go through these and I hide them, if I have a fade delay, oh, this should be elif. I'm dumb. If I have a fade delay, set it to 1 if it's not 1. Otherwise, if I have a fade time, calculate the fade time that it should be at. Otherwise, hide it. Okay, so it's just missing the EL there. Whoop. Okay, they're still there. I expect to see them start like fading out as I do that. Cool. Awesome. Very cool. So that will stay on screen. I can even do numpad enter doesn't work. Tough. Oh, actually hitting numpad enter just like totally breaks it, actually. Unless I have an active breakpoint. Ah, yeah. Again, why don't you just tell me that that was not a real thing I could do? Enter will show it, but enter won't hide it. Cool. Okay. And I may as well go ahead and allow myself to actually type in a box or something. And I'll have an export that's like is writable. Okay. And all I'm gonna do with is writable is basically just probably have like a signal attached to this. Yeah, on message. Like from user will be a bool and message string. emitted when a message is entered by the user. So this will add it to the log, and then it will call this signal. And the reason I want to call the signal is that global world will probably could have like some written commands, something like that, maybe. But it just leaves the door open that I can have it operate on something. Maybe just as an example, I can open the message log and type quit and close it. Yeah, I'll do that. Is writable if this text log can be typed into. And then logs will have... Those have to be underneath the scroll, actually. Okay. So underneath the scroll... Yes, I'm going to have to do this. Add a VBox. This will be... I'll just call it split or something. Now why is this being weird? I don't know. I guess this should expand as far as it can. And then I probably need... Actually, yeah, what should this do? Okay, but now I want a text line edit. No separation. Line edit. I think I would like this to be clickable. Alright, let me do this. Yeah, let me say that split can... This can be... Yeah, let's do a stop here. Or pass. Yeah, what if I click it? The node which must be a parent of the focused control for the shortcut to be activated. What does that even mean? You know, I don't even know what that means. Okay, but the text line edit. Are we still within our bounds? Cool. Line edit. Oh yeah, that's weird. That's gotta be... I gotta override that. Yeah, can I override this? Make unique? Cool. I mean, I guess it can have that. I mean, I actually don't like it, so no. No radius. And then the background should be this color. Border width. Put at the top as well. Can I set a color per border? Not. Content margins. Yeah, okay, that's right. I guess I should type something in. Yeah. Gotta fix that. Wait, actually, yeah, what am I doing? This should just be here and then monospace after it. Yeah. It should be like that. And these, I should do the same thing. There we go. Do 20. Outline. And I can have a shadow on that one, I guess. What? Huh? Weird. That is weird. Why can't I actually set that? Huh? That was no. This was not there. That's weird. It was not there. Okay, that's just crazy. Minimum character width. A clear button? What if I don't want a clear button? Emoji menu enabled? Sure, why not? just make this like a really light green? Do you make a light green? I guess you don't. You know, that's kind of there, right? All right. That'll make this dark green. Cool. Okay. Carrot color, same thing. Want to be the same as the font color. Maybe it can be darker though. Okay. Now, what happens when I have too much text? It just goes over. Okay. Sure. Line edit will not exit edit mode when text is submitted. Yeah, I want that. Okay. Select all and focus. Nope, I hate that. I hate when that happens. That is actually probably the worst design choice ever made by anybody. Selecting all text when you focus a box. Godot does it. I hate it too. Godot does it and I also hate it. Blink? Yes, please. Blended will always show the carrot. Nope, don't want that. Always left to right. Okay. So now I have this input. I'll actually put input on its own thing. Is input active? Where do I check this here? Actually, I can just do this. Is input active, get. Actually, yeah, what do I get for line edit? Is editing. Yeah. Cool. Actually, I guess I can just do this. Dang. Right. Okay, and then when I ready, update expanded. Expanded. If is expanded, I have to do a double check here. So actually, let me do this. Update expanded. If not is writable and input visible, then actually I would actually write this in process. That's where I would write this. If we're not writable and input is visible, turn it off. Actually, I guess I can just move this up here then. Yeah. If we're not writable and the inputs are visible, hide it. Otherwise, I want to say when I expand it, if is writable and the input is not visible, show it. Let me do this. This is probably fun. If we are writable, if not, input visible. Okay, and then I don't need to worry about doing this here. Because this is something that can change anytime, not necessarily when we expand it. So if we are not expanded, we may be hiding this. Otherwise, if we are writable, if we are expanded, we want to show it. Otherwise, if we are expanded and we were not writable and we were visible, hide it. Right? Yeah. This chain is kind of complex, but it should be off by default. And there it is showing up because it's weird like that. Writable is false by default, yeah. So how did it... Literally, how did it show? Literally how? We are not expanded. Do this. I guess I actually need to check here if we are not expanded. It should just be hidden when we're not expanded. Okay. Not writable. Cool. Now I do want this one to be enabled. So in the world, I'll just set it when we're ready. Enable it. And on the ready, I need to connect the inputs. I have no idea what the signal is. When the user presses the UI text submit action by default. Text submitted. Okay. Text submitted. All right. Right, and then I want on message to emit every time I add a message as well. It is false and then the string. Right, okay. No, on message emits true text. Okay. Yep. So now global world. When we get logs, I'll do a set here. I'll just call it handle command for now. Actually, no, I'll just say, I mean, yeah, I'll say from user and then this, but I won't connect it to that. I'll connect it to something else. Otherwise, I have nothing to do there. And, you know, I'll just say command is quit. Then I will do world. How does this one quit the game? Yeah, what do these buttons do? Close request. Okay. Maybe I should move this to global world as like a quit method. Because I'm sure that this probably does the exact same thing. Yes, does the same thing. Alright, so I'm going to cut this out and I'll say global world quit game. Make it a method called quit game. Dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you writing? Otherwise, what I will do is I will just do a I'll say do I just like send that message into the chat? Chat, I say? It's not actually chat. Stop giving excuses? Okay. I was not making an excuse. For now, I'll just say print print the command. Actually, here's what I'll do. I will always print it. And then do like a print down here if there's nothing for it. Hey, Hectodoc. Self-print. Actually, I think brown's probably a better color there. Although it doesn't look like that at all. Alright, now what happens? How's your project? It's going well. I'm adding some debugging stuff so I can, right. So I can see what's happening a little bit better rather than having to, like, basically so I can see it in game. So I can see stuff happening in game without having to look at a log. Or have to look at a log outside of the game. Genius debugging, thank you. What do you mean thank you? So I can't actually type in it, but I think if I do this, then I can type test unknown command. And it did delete it. I want it to delete that when it does it. Clear. Cool. Oh, legit forgot to add debugging to my to-do list. I did not plan any debug tool. I was doing like a small like engine thing for a bit, and one of the first things I added was making it so I can open a separate console window using whatever console application I want. I only did it for Windows, so what it would do is it would open PowerShell, or it would open PowerShell, run a command that would open the preferred console program, and then it would open a pipe that just reads text and writes that text to that console command. That was pretty cool. Okay, he didn't see me somehow. Right. So if I do this, I would have to test unknown command and it's cleared. I can just write anything I want. I could even do something like that. I don't know. And it would highlight it cool. That probably needs to be removed though, I think. I don't think I want that. Actually, what I think I want is probably just to make this the default time now and just start using that. Right, and that... I mean, that's a good test. That's what I set that to be the toggle button. So if I click over here or something, I don't know. How do I... Okay. So escape will take me out of that already. I didn't write that in, but that's good that already happens. Oh, my forgot his repo was public? What do you mean forgot? I didn't forget, I made it public on purpose. I have debugging the engine, but I focused on the scripting part of the engine. C# scripting, that's pretty nice, yeah. Wanting to trace back to the code when there are errors. Alright, and also, let me make it so that pressing the enter key will focus on that. And also make it writable. My repo is public? Yeah. I believe I have it. Do I not have it linked? I thought I would have it on. I should put it on the Twitch description. I should put it there. Are public repos a demonic thing to you? Alright. I'm fine with it being a little odd. Is input active? Also when I have a set. So if not, then input how can I make it edit unedit? Unedit? Allows exiting edit mode while preserving focus. No, I just want to leave focus. Release focus. Do I have to do like input unedit and then release focus maybe? And probably just do edit. I don't have to worry about focus. Whether the line edit is focused or not. Alright, now what happens? Huge. And just to test quit. Epic. Okay. I've been saying, I mean, I've been mentioning that it's public and that anyone can access it, and that once I'm later in development, I will make it private. So it doesn't actually get stolen by somebody. Because I'm sure there are people who would do that. Ooh, what's this public repo? Let me go ahead and ship his game. It's playable enough. I would like to highlight it in case it was a command. So if it did turn out to be a valid command. Actually, yeah, I can just do returns. Actually, let me do this. Maybe I print unknown command first. Nah. Can I submit an empty message? I probably can. All right. Yeah, I guess for now I don't actually check. I'm just gonna ignore that. Oh, no, ignore that. Don't ignore this. Okay, and then if it was a command, I would like to for color. What am I? Please still be open. Dang it. Rich text. This one. Oh, stripping tags. Really? Gotta use regex for that? Yeah. That sucks. What are they? Oh, here they are. Named colors. Let's do forest green, olive drab. We got yellow green and green yellow. Yeah, I think I want to do probably forest green. Yeah, I do want the order to actually be like this. Yeah. Test. Quit. Cool. Not as bright as I wanted it, actually. Just maybe do lime green. Still not light enough, actually. I want it to be really light. Let's do pale green, I guess. I probably should have a different command that doesn't close it. But I mean, I actually do have to close it because I have to change the text color. Okay. Alright, I'm fine with that. Let me say, Yeah, let me do, like, call deferred instead on these. So that way I can get the print to happen always before this runs. So I was just thinking I would do something like begins with say. Just like as a random example. So I would do print call deferred. Command strip edges. Left true, right. Yeah, say left true, right false. Slice, get slice. No, I just want to do slice. Get, huh? This is a method, right? No. What I just do? What? Yeah, okay, they don't like that. Okay, what can I do with the string to just get rid of this? The bit at the front. Left strip from the string's beginning. Okay, L strip, say, right. And then pull off any spaces after that. Okay. Say things. Things. Yeah, let me also like drop focus on that. This is kind of weird. Because it's still highlighting, and I don't know why. Which is like confusing me. Handle pause if is input active. Ignore the pause inputs. Why did I drop that bit? If it's toggled, if I press the toggle key and that key is escape, then I respect it. But I do want to know this though. And I'll say the same thing here. If the pause is a non-typable character, actually, if key escape was pressed, I don't know, should I say like, sorry, because I do keep trying to hit escape to back out of this. Maybe I should just have another one that's like close and it's bound to escape, but no, I kind of want it to stay open. Yeah, I do want it to stay open. Alright, let me do this. Just ignore pause inputs there. If toggle is pressed, do that. If this is pressed, do that in return. And then I'll say Accept the generic escape key press to unedit, unfocus, or accept generic escape key press to get out of input mode. If text log is input active and input state is key pressed, key escape. So I'm assuming this should... allow me to hit escape here, and... Okay, it doesn't. So what happened there was... This isn't running. I'm sure this isn't running. I can even put a breakpoint there. So I press this to get in there, and then I hit escape, and then, yeah. So what happens is that this is just being dumb. This is just a dumb thing this is doing, where it's like highlighting the input, even though I don't have keyboard focus on it. So when I call get here, input is editing, or input as focus. Either one of those two, we say input's active. It's still not happening. Dang. Oh, wait, I press escape and then it's... Ah, okay. So it's actually being really aggressive and dumb. So how did that happen? That's weird. It's taking, okay, so it's like taking over for like full input actually. Okay. So oh, that's a little bit annoying. Can I make it so that when I back out of it, it actually stops taking focus? Because otherwise it's just annoying. Because it still holds focus. All right, let's do this. Let me do this. Maybe I can make it so it doesn't take focus. I do just call edit. But I want to do this. Is there a way I can check when this loses focus? Switches in or out of edit mode. Okay. Editing toggled. And I can set this to if not value is editing. Do that. Otherwise, if not is editing, edit. So I want to connect this to... a function that just will set the value here, so we can stay in sync with it. Toggled on. Okay. So no more this weird focusing thing, right? It's still highlighting it. That's super dumb. And now I can't pause the game at all. I also can't hide it. Wow, that's really annoying. How did that happen? I can't pause and I can't close it anymore after I did that. I mean, I literally didn't change any of this. I didn't change any of this. What? Wait, I didn't change any of that. What happened? Why did it get totally bugged? Why is that getting totally bugged? I'm just gonna put a breakpoint. Is focus? Yeah, like, huh? How? How does that work? Oh, did I actually make an infinite loop? I might have actually made an infinite loop. Damn. Yeah, I think I actually did make an infinite loop. Okay. No, I actually don't know how that... Did I do it backwards? Because I expected that would happen, which is why I added those checks. So when the editing is toggled, switches in or out of edit mode, I would say, I would start here. I would set value to false. If we are editing, let's unedit and release focus. This will call. So we call unedit, which will pass false to here. Then we try to set this to false again, which will do this again. If not value false, this will be false as well, so then nothing happens. Oh, let's just see if release focus is ever called then. Alright, release focus is never called, so I guess it is somehow an infinite loop. This is really weird. What? Huh? How? Alright, let me just call that. Just release focus. Maybe that's all I needed. And no, I still can't. What is going on? It is input active. Yeah, because it's still keeping focus. Like, what's up with that? It's still keeping... Okay, is this ever being called? Let me see what's going on here. Breakpoint. Editing toggled. Editing is on. Let me see if input is editing. Can't see it. And it okay, so it shows it. Now I hit escape again. What happens? Is editing was false. Oh. That's my mistake. Okay. This is just annoying. Like, I want to set this here without setting it here, but I need this to... This is really stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Why is this so stupid? All right, let me just say this. Input active. Hey, Yo-Yo. What do I want to happen? I want pressing escape to release focus. That's literally all I wanted to do. So, all right, that's literally all I wanted to do. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's all I wanted to do. Okay. Set. If not value. If input is editing. Input on edit. Otherwise, if we are not editing, then I want to edit. I don't know why this was so difficult for me. Now it doesn't look stupid. Okay. All right, now, is this a bit weird? It feels a little bit weird. The part that feels weird is when I press enter and then I hit escape. This feels weird that it stays expanded like that. So yeah, I think it should not expand. If I leave edit mode, yeah, if I leave edit mode, release focus, and that's also leave expanding. Don't expand. Okay. Yeah, this was the bit that was feeling weird. I feel like that should, right? But if I do that and I hit escape, you know, it'll stay up. But if I hit enter and then hit escape, it'll just close, right? That feels correct to me. Okay. If I hit to expand it, I don't think I really want to show that line, but I guess I will. I guess I can leave that empty line there. It's not like a big deal to remove it. Oh wow, I've blown past 4 o'clock. Crazy. Alright, so now I get prints there, and I get his prints. And they're the same. So the real thing I was mostly wondering about is if I was missing something. Why is this not like a Y billboard? It should be. No, it's fine, that's not. So I'm not missing anything. Looks like it, at least. Now, what was the thing that I wanted to figure out? I don't know. And we're not scrolling down anymore, so... Alright, well... That should have been working. It should be scrolling down automatically. And then the scroll bar, I want the scroll bar to hide, actually, when we're in that view. How can I hide the scroll bar? I guess I can... Show never. Scrolling enabled, scroll bar would be hidden. Okay. So if we are not in expanded mode, I'll just check this here. I guess I can just toggle it here. I have this down here. If not scroll visible true. And I guess I'll also do vertical scroll mode equals is expanded. Yeah, show reserve or reserve mode when we show it. And then up here, each of these places that I toggle it, when I hide it, or I guess actually when I show it here, I want to say mode show never. So it will scroll, but it won't show it. And then add log, this is being wrong. But if not expanded. Let me actually take that out. Don't do that there. So why is this failing? Okay. V scroll. I'll just stand here and let this keep running. He should start getting a lot of prints going here. Okay, I'm gonna wait until he has something and I'm gonna... Okay, well now I don't have keyboard focus and it's being stupid. Okay. Alright. Now what's going on here? Vertical scroll, min value, max value. If ratio is not equal to 1, set it to 1. So wait, is that working? I'm confused now. Gonna call it a night, need my brain for work in the morning? Yeah. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so now it's scrolling correctly. But now the scroll bar isn't ever showing. If I scroll up, we're like 16 and I hit escape. Okay, we're not scrolling back down. Why is it like this? It's working when I have it at the bottom, but when I scroll it up there, then it doesn't work. Something just weird is happening. Alright, I'll be right back. Dog is barking. I'm back. Can move my window a little bit more, I think. Nice. Okay. What was I figuring out? The scroll bar is just totally disrespecting me. I literally don't know. Unless this ratio thing is not correct. Or they do something weird with that. Okay, just search it. Forget about your lunchtime. I have not had lunch. Can we please just stop being like this? I have not had lunch. Alright, what's up with... please. Yeah. It's gonna be a late lunch, early dinner kind of day. Looking more like early dinner at this point. So... scroll bar. Scroll bar. So they have... like, I don't even... okay, so this extends range, right? GUI range. You gotta show us your setup one day. It's a computer and a desk. I just have a feeling that set as ratio is just doing some like super intelligent thing where if I set it to 1, it like saves that it's been 1 and it doesn't actually keep updating the value. How dare you? What? So is it doing something like that? Shared EXP ratio. This is not an exponential. Percent is get max minus get min times value. If step is greater than 0, blah, v clamp v to min and max, set value. That's all it does. How adore you. I mean, it's actually just not doing it, right? It's literally just not scrolling. Whenever I'm adding a message. But it is. It's weird. What? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Just do v scroll. Scroll. What? Huh? Wait. Set. Why are we so weird? Why are we just so weird? Why is this so weird? Range. Set value. Value equals max value, right? That's just what I want to do. Just do that, please. And then I would do I'll do this. World print scrolling to yeah. Yeah. That's what it will do. Check for infinite recursion in your script. Huh. Okay. If log add message. There should be a way to check if I'm being called from log, right? Like I could know that. I could. You know, I'll just do this. I actually do want to check if I have log. Like stack. Get stack. Array of dictionaries representing the current stack. Current call stack. So, okay. Starting from ready, bar would print bar line 12. Okay. Let me do this. Instead of doing skip log, I'll actually do another check. If not, skip log and log. Double check that. I mean, getting a stack trace is really expensive, right? It's actually really expensive. So never mind, I'll just do that. I'll just be sure. I'll just be sure that I don't do that. Standing in front of the zombie. So it's scrolling correctly now. If I scroll up to the top, it scrolled to the bottom. Oh, so now it works. Now it works. Setting it to the max value didn't work before. Now it works. That's actually really weird. What is it doing? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. If I put it open like that, it doesn't scroll it. Okay, so when this is open, first of all, the scroll bar is gone. I don't know why. and it doesn't scroll it. Oh, weird. It stopped calling scrolling. What? What is... If not expanded. Oh my god. Right. That's my mistake. I misunderstood what was happening. When we're not expanded, we do want to scroll, but we don't want to do that. It was working. It was working as intended. The value does not equal, but I will leave it as the max because that's probably what it should be. Okay. Yeah. Actually, let me do something here. If we're not expanded, do that. Otherwise, I would like to check. Yeah, let me do this. So let me put this up here before I add it. This is what was going wrong. When I have it expanded, I don't want it to automatically scroll because I might be scrolling up and down. But I do want it to automatically scroll if we are already at the very bottom. Save if we are at the bottom. Okay. So as if was at bottom. If we're not expanded, stick to the bottom, right? Do that. Awesome. Okay. Basically what's going on is when I would pop this open, so we're sticking to the bottom now, I would pop this open and it would stop scrolling, and it has appeared to stop scrolling. Okay. If not is expanded or was at bottom. So I haven't added it yet. Why is that not sticking to the bottom now? It should be. Maybe just that parenthesis is actually necessary or something. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, it stops immediately. It very quickly fails. Um... Okay, let me just try to like add and pause it right before he starts scrolling. Did we just scroll? Damn it, we did. Too late. He just does so much all at once. He does way too much. Okay, we're not scrolling yet. Alright, good. So, I'll put a breakpoint here. And unpause. Okay, I don't have it expanded right now, but I'm assuming that was at bottom is just always coming back false. So was at bottom should be true right now. And it wasn't. So why not? Why not? Value is 0. Max value is 405. Huh? What? Okay. What? How does that work? Why is the value not the max value? I don't understand. What's that? Like, why? Is expanded as false. Right. Value is now not max value. What? I'm going crazy. I'm actually being trolled. That is actually just a troll. So value is never equal to max value. What? How? Explain that to me. What? You tell me it is always 0. Literally always. 100% of the time, the scroll is at 0. Okay, now it's at something that's non-zero. So put a breakpoint here. Okay. So was the bottom is false. I don't understand. I don't understand. So you're telling me that when I get down here and I set the value, it's going to be 1134 at the end of this. It's 534, and max value is 1134. Huh? Value equals max value. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. How does that make any sense? Previous value. Set value, no signal. Set value, no signal. Calculate value. Step. Rounded values. If value is greater than shared max minus the page, the value is the max minus the page. Cool. I mean, why? Is equal to max minus the page, I guess. I mean, you know what? Sure. Maybe that does make sense. Maybe it does. Maybe it does make sense. Maybe. So now we're expanded. I'm just going to start adding, and it's going to add to the bottom, and it's going to keep scrolling down. And it's not scrolling down. Okay, so we're definitely at the bottom. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. See what it thinks. We'll see what it thinks. What does it think the world is like? So we scroll. Max page. Oh. Okay. I actually get it. Was at bottom is on. Ah. Is it because save it and sleep? I am good, actually. I feel quite awake. V-scroll inspector. So is it that because when we start... Also, is the page size increasing? 798. Let me just like take this breakpoint off and hit continue. Okay, bring it back. I just want to see if the page size... Okay. The page size doesn't change, so it is like I expected, the full... Basically the size of... Literally the size of the page, right? So my thought is that the scroll starts at 0 when I open. So because I open... What I just did was I expanded it before anything was in there, so it's just empty. And so what I should do is when the max value I think is like 0 or something, and then page is some value, right? When we have nothing to show. So I guess what I can do is I can do was at bottom, be a little bit more specific with it. If the page is larger than the page is larger than, could I say if the page is larger than the value? That's always going to be true, actually. Page will literally always be larger than value, because value is max minus page. Actually, no, value can be greater than page. Okay, I think what I'm actually wanting to check is if page is greater than value. Page is larger than the max value. We must be at the bottom. So if we scroll page is greater than or equal to we scroll max, was at bottom is true. Otherwise, was at bottom is the value is currently equal to that, right? Okay. All right, so I'm actually pretty sure that's going to work. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint there and stand in front of the zombie and see what happens. Hopefully I get that breakpoint. Cool, I got it. So the page value is currently greater than the max size. We haven't added anything yet, so I'm just going to hit continue a bunch until we actually get some printing going on. He's still going, so I'll just keep clicking until he does enough that we start to scroll. Okay, we should be starting to scroll really soon. Probably in the middle of this, actually. So max value, page. Because it's a little bit grim. It's a little bit more than 540, I think, on the height, or the height is 600. I don't really know. So I'll go ahead and put breakpoints here now, so we can track what's happening. All right, so we're still not large. Still not large. Still not large. Okay, now we're large. So, dang. All right, so this isn't what I was hoping to see. It's not updating the size of it right away. It needs a frame to pass before it updates the size, which sucks. So we just went to a point where the value was still at 0. And then the max value increased beyond the value of page. So now we're not going to be scrolling down. If I had it expanded, it would not be scrolling down. Because don't be true, it'll do this and it will say we weren't. So what I'll do instead is I need to track this as like a value here. And I actually will initialize it to true, so. So I will say, instead of doing this down here, if I was at the bottom, damn it, I actually don't know if I've scrolled it. All right, I guess what I do is I have like a stick to bottom instead. I'll say stick to bottom. Or I guess I will say scroll bottom. Then we do that. Okay. This can move in there. If we are not expanded or scroll bottom, do that. When I update expanded, if I go to not expanded, I will do this. Set that back to true there. Anytime we go to non-expanded, we want to definitely say that we're back to the bottom. And then I will listen to the signal here. Scroll dot, what is it? Scroll started. Emitted when scrolling starts when dragging the scrollable area with a touch event. So it was not emitted when scrolling by dragging the scroll bar. What? Okay. So I'm just screwed then. Okay. Well, that's cool. Thanks. I gotta do get V scroll bar, and then this lets me ask scroll bar. Emitted when the scroll bar is being scrolled. Okay. Scrolling. Okay, there we go. Connect. Do that. Cool. There we go. All right. So now we're going to be sticking to the bottom until I scroll. Always, no matter what. Sticking to the bottom. Sticking to the bottom. I go over here and I scroll. We stop scrolling. Epic. And then we hit the max, and then it has to start scrolling because we are running out of space. Very cool. Though what I would like to do is to try to maintain that position. So if I remove children, I guess I can scroll up by that height. Whoops, sorry. Let me do that. So we can stay in place. Add log, remove child, entry. So I'm going to say Yeah, actually, I will just... Well... No, Okay. How do I do this? Root children while oh my, that's a life. I'm talking about GUI nodes here. I'm talking about logs. Okay, I'm assuming I can do entry size, entry get child as control, tree size. I'm assuming I can just do like scroll up by this. Sorry, all right, I'll say this. If not, or sorry, yeah, if is expanded and not scroll bottom, then it will scroll up. And you know what? Because I'm so sure that this isn't going to happen very often, I'll put it all in here. I'll just do this. Get vertical scroll bar. Value. I want to scroll up. So value minus entry size y. Also, I need to fix so that the scroll bar actually shows up. It's still not showing up for some reason. So let me fix that. If is expanded, if scroll is not visible, true, and then reserve. Is it modifying it here? Yeah, it's being a little weird, I think. Let me show it right away. Okay. And I'll stand over here. And a scroll bar should appear. Okay, there it is. And it's being really odd. Oh, it's working though. This is scrolling me up until I reach the top. Sweet. Okay, that worked. The scroll bottom is really weird though. Scroll bottom is really weird. Okay, you know what? For now, this is actually pretty good. It's actually really good. Yep. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna send all this, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Because I'm getting hungry. I'm very happy with all this, though. That should just not have changed, so I can just be very careful when I write this. Make sure I type out the exact full path, so I'm not actually going to delete something else. Okay. All right, global. I'm not even sure. Whoa, oh, yeah. Input global stuff. Yeah, all that. Okay. That's all right. Show actions, print actions. Environment. Silly. I need to go and save this so that that goes away. 3 saves, because 2 saves sometimes just isn't enough. I don't know why. Sometimes it just isn't. Alright. Global actions. Pause. Focus. Toggle log. Toggle zombies. I have not tested toggle zombies yet, but I'm fine with that. I can test that later. I'm really more focused on getting this on-screen log. Writable, set it to writable. Process. Handle log. Physics process. Spawn in the physics process. Update that timer. Game over or pause is triggered. If the text log is input focus into a pause input. Oh man. Text log. Remove that line from there. Yeah, targeting should be working, but I just didn't test it yet. All the code is there. Alright, so I added that. I changed these to UI because their names were possibly confusable. Sad. Yep. No videos today. Behavior debug. Right, I just moved those files. Oh no. Did I modify them a lot? Dang, I think I modified them a lot and I renamed them. That's kind of a problem. Alright, so I'm sure that I have to fix that. So I'm going to go ahead and... Do I really care? Do I really care? Do I really care? Honestly, you know what? I don't really care. I'll actually say, for once, I don't care that those aren't going to be tracked correctly. This is their second commit that they're getting, and it's actually such a huge change that it's not even like it's really keeping the file around. It really isn't. Debug print stuff, log, so much stuff. And then I changed that to global world quit game. Let me just verify that that actually works. I don't know if I've actually tested it yet. Actually, I definitely have, right? Yeah, okay, it worked. Cool. So I believe I'll be adding everything. Definitely adding data. Definitely adding script. Definitely adding UI. Yeah. Yeah, see, it says it got deleted and but that one did rename. I did, well... Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I don't care. All right, what has changed? The script, obviously, but what about the world? Those changed, so I do want to send those. Actually, I want to add everything. Wow, yeah. I'm actually going to add everything. Okay. A full commit for once. Add on screen text log. Work on mind debug. Okay. Now showing actions in the mind debug display, and added text log for on-screen logging and running commands. Also possibly for future text chat or something. Can type into the log to run commands. I mean, I already wrote that actually, so I'll just delete that. And then added actions for log toggling and zombie target. Zombie target toggle is untested. Okay. And then moved quit functionality from pause game over to the global world class method quit game. Yep. All right. What changed in the zombie basic mind actually? What did change there? How can I do a diff on like the last commit? I guess I can just push and then see what changed on GitHub. I'm sure there's probably a way to open up the diff for the previous commit. I just don't remember. I just don't know it. I don't feel like looking it up, honestly. $343 commits. Wow. Ah, it was just adding those lines. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, that's it for today. This is going to be really nice. I'm going to be really happy that I get to use this. And I won't have to I won't have to leave. I won't have to like run the game and look down and like, you know, I can go full screen and I can see it all right there. Right? Good job, Olmec. Thanks, Olmec. Yep. It's all right, and I said I. All right. That log might be too much. I mean, that just might be too much. That might be a bit excessive. It's really funny, though. That log is bigger than your chat, yep. It's very tall. Okay. Yeah, well, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Zombie has more fans than you. Goodbye. Good night.